to begging for mercy, and I will never stop killing you. Oh shit.
Hi, Scarlet.
It's gaming, isn't it?
Yes,
No, I said hi. I just said hi.
No! No! Gaming! 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 Deku! Revive me!
What the
What? What happened?
Oh, he sniped me!
Alrighty guys, I am live. I know I'm late, but I had was posted to that I'm live on Blue Sky and posted that I'm live, and I'm always going to start doing that a little bit more, start sharing out my stuff that we do. And of course, for any of you, I do this and wanting to get you guys to know. Now, before I do anything, I want to make sure that let me check to manage, because I always like to tell you guys, I share you guys how to do this. If you're wanting to know game versions, the most current version of the game is here, but we're not utilizing that. We are down here is the open beta, but that's the one we're utilizing. So if you're seeing any little extra hitches and bugs along the way, that's just what we're utilizing right now. Is we're using an older version right now. But they are working on getting this Valentine's Day event coming tomorrow, which EuroTruck will be out, update, and we will have this updated as well to meet the standard of what is currently being done. And the reason why I did this, and went back a slightly little bit, is because right now, I do not have access to upgrading to getting it done. Now, of course, American Truck is going to come back, guys. And American Truck is going to come back in a new way. American Truck is going to come back because we are going to be taking and upgrading to 1.58 to work on the Valentine's Day event. That'll end in March. Now, of course, we'll see. I'll check to see if during the, I don't understand why we get an update and then that update breaks our mods and stuff. Like, why can't we just have the update go to 1.58 point whatever, so that anything that changes that's not a thing. But we have a lot of changes that we are going through, and I'm going to tell you, I am going to work on the event. But as kind of what I'm wanting to get into today, I know a lot of you guys have probably seen the titles, probably seen the thing, and why am I talking about Canada again when I already talked about it yesterday? Is because there was a thing that happened today that I wanted to come out and share with you guys. On this. That I wanted to really come out and share on a thing that went on. That happened over the course of that happened yesterday. And that. And then the other thing is, you guys probably seen the US. I really hate wired stuff sometimes, but that's all but and also today we're also going to be talking about the Final Fantasy VIII 27th anniversary. It has been 27 years since Final Fantasy's release. And for it. Now, of course, that was Final Fantasy VIII was created 3 years after I was born. Okay? So just to be clear, that just tells you how old I am. Okay? And just to be more okay. Now, of course, there's a lot of these things that I'm going to really come out, no, it's not what I asked for. What I asked for was freaking my chat. Like, I've been trying to get my streamer bot chat open. For it, because I've been having I switched over, and I think what I will do is I'm going to tell you that I am a Windows user, and I am not only a Windows user, I'm also a Linux user, and I'm primarily going to tell you I am specifically going to be directly utilizing Linux for gaming, and I'm going to stick with that. for it. You know what? Actually, we should just go up this way. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. You know, I thought I could go that way. It's like, this is one that, you know, if you're gonna take produce, you would normally leave your trail. I don't get this one. But, you know, it's one of those things that, you know, and it's just one of those things that I have a trouble with. But, and then I'm also going to talk to you guys about a few other things, necessarily within my, repertoire on a lot of things. I told you yesterday that I wouldn't buy any Fortnite stuff. I did. I ended up buying a thing for Fortnite today, or yesterday night, and I probably shouldn't have, to be honest, but I did. And I'm not gonna knock off Fortnite for being bad. I feel like Fortnite's a lot better than Roblox, to be honest, in that regard, but Fortnite's still not the greatest either. Now, of course, we're going to need to go to services. Actually, okay, so yeah, so that's not too bad. Let's go to Truck Explorer. We are currently at the... I think that's what our current truck is at. I might be wrong. But I wanted to see... yeah, the full body color there. So here's what I think what we're going to do is we're gonna go that way. But I will tell you this, And of course, I am going to tell you that, um, that if you're going to start utilizing a lot of the swearing too much, um, you will most likely get your first suspension. You basically, your swearing is going to basically be like, if you tend to swear, and you're gonna get your strike, you're gonna get your warning at the night for the night. Um, you get a warning at night, and then you're gonna get a second warning again. Um, um, and then you're gonna get another warning, and if you get you get one warning. Um, if you're on trouble, you get a 10-minute suspension. For it. Now, of course, we could do that, but that would not be able to. I am going to go to do the service recommended right now because we don't need too much wear and tear on our vehicle. Now, I am going to come over here. Okay. That drops our hill traversal. So we're gonna keep it on that because I want to have better hill traversal. So we're not gonna change that. Production optional. I'm just gonna leave it. I'm just gonna leave it standard. But what I'm going to do is now that we have so it looks like the difference between the Euro is by that. You know what? I think what we're going to do is we're going to take the side skirt and go downward on this. And then what we'll do is we'll do I always like to use the light chromes 5. Is what I like. So then we have that there available to us. But if we go with the matte, or we go painted, it doesn't matter. It still looks pretty much basically the same. And I am thinking we go with camera painted. And we'll confirm our order that way. Because I wanted to see... Yeah, it's got that camera. So now if I set like this, I can now... I can now take off the right-hand side of our thing, and I like the camera style. So I think that's what we're going to do. Adjust vehicle adjustments, UI mirror, parking. Okay. Because I like the camera idea. Okay. So now let's go to cargo market. Castle Uptime. We got packaged food. Is the most there, but that's... But why go through that when I can go to Dublin, Ireland for maybe a little bit cheaper? I'm trying to stay... Let's do... Have I been to Dublin, Ireland? I have been to Dublin, Ireland. And I have been to that place too. You know what? Let's do this one. Taking empty pallets to Charles. That's 3. That's a little bit. Why are you having me go this way? It's whatever. I think it's actually okay because I want to explore a little bit. And absolutely explore to the point. Dude, I actually like the camera. I think for our truck, I think having the camera for gameplay like me, having a camera setup, I think every truck should be able to have that. In a game like this. And I'm going to tell you, that I'm absolutely happy with this game. I'm absolutely can't wait for the Valentine's event to start. To be honest, you know, and it would be nice, to do American truck and start a new career with having one that's dedicated to things, um, to World of Trucks without mods, and have one dedicated for um, a thing without mods. Because I think having one dedicated with mods and use it for it, and then have one without mods, I think would be a great idea. Um, Okay, I might have to change the way that the camera looks, because I'm not able to see quite behind me. So we're gonna need to do some vehicle adjustments. We need to do mirror adjustments. Let me reset, and then just barely just shift that there. Okay. Just shift it a little bit so I can see behind me. My truck. Just be a little bit. Just so I can see if I need to pass or anything. And hopefully we get to go out the same way. Oh. Wait, so when did that one just showed up? That one's about to end. That's giving us 22 for empty pallets. And that's giving us 3 for empty pallets. That's going to Fishguard down here in UK. Belfast, we've already been to Belfast. It's going to Manchester. And that's going to Chris. So we did say we would take this one. That offer expires. Pretty much ends Tuesday in there, but this ends Tuesday. Expected Tuesday night for that one. That one's expected Tuesday. That one's expected Tuesday, basically in 11 hours. Pretty much. 11-hour trip time is expected. That way. This one's expected within 2 hours. What expected is 2-hour trip time to it. This one, I'm gonna take this job, just because we are here, and I want to go and visit that place anyways. anyways, and its expected actual remains 6 hours. But I think we should just naturally... Here's what I'm going to do. I am still going to go around this way. So that we can... Yeah, buddy! I needed to have that wide angle turn. Okay, so we just discovered a recruitment agency. If at all needed. But the reason why I am taking this short one, this 3-minute short one, to it is because we're gonna do a couple. And then I gotta make some supper tonight, so I have got a lot of things going on that I need to do tonight. So basically I will take a couple of these, and then I gotta go and start supper. I will, what I will do is I'll start supper, and then, I will come back, here, and we'll take another haul for a little bit. For it, make some pizza, and then once I get done with that, I'm gonna get off, for you guys here on YouTube and stuff. Tonight's gonna be a little bit longer. I think I might start doing Wednesdays, specifically the weekly news. I think like a kind of like a weekly news thing, like you know how they do on Fridays, where like you get the hardware with the weekly news, basically, like from Gamers Nexus, or they have like this big gigantic podcast from like you know, like Linus Tech Tips has the WAN show, the weekly their weekly long podcast or whatever. I think I might do those on Wednesday for the time being, and stuff. And so I am going to tell you, like, I am happy with this game. I have always and will be happy with enjoying this game. I give this game a 10 out of 10. This game has given me the best things to go on within the game itself. And to be honest, Euro Truck, American Truck, I might just drop American Truck mods, and just drop map mods for American Truck, and just utilize just whatever mods there. But I really like using mods because mods really do brighten up the day. Now if we do start seeing in 1.58 for American Truck, I will pick that up, so I think I'm going to start doing that on Wednesdays until my mom's done with class. We'll just basically have like a weekly thing where, you know, we'll do a weekly thing on on tonight and do things to plan. And so basically we have this thing now that where I want to be able to create and be able to just give you guys content when you guys want it. When I have the basically try to give you guys like the weekly news for it, and maybe we can just have that on a day like today, where the biggest thing that is really there is 27 years ago Final Fantasy VIII was released to the public, and absolutely one of the best games I've ever played. Okay, I have played the original Final Fantasy VIII from the beginning to the end of the game. I did every single version. I did it from the PlayStation 1. I got it all the way to the last portion of the game. I have played Final Fantasy VIII on an emulator, got close to it. I played Final Fantasy VIII on a PSP, beat the game there. I've pretty much played Final Fantasy VIII on a on PC through the OG PS PC, the original PC port. I played Final Fantasy VIII and beat it through the remaster for you guys. And I have loved every ounce of Final Fantasy. And 8 has always been the best Final Fantasy franchise every year. Final Fantasy is one of the best franchises alone. 13, right now I'm going through 13, and I really love that game. And 13 is just one of those games that I love too. Like, to be honest, the PS1 and the PS2 and the PS3 Final Fantasy mainline stream titles are all within my top 10 Final Fantasy games. So 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13 are all within my top 10 Final Fantasy games of all time. Now, of course, a lot of people will say, "Oh, 13, why 13's on your top 10?" Let me be clear. The game, it's not in no particular order, but 13 is still not the best Final Fantasy. There are still some flaws with it that do not. I have not played 13-2 or Lightning Returns, but I do have both of those available. Available to the to basically making the game the way it is. And Final Fantasy 13 is absolutely a great game as well, but to be honest, none of these Final Fantasy games have really lived up to a great expectation that these Final Fantasies, PS1 specifically, how a lot of these Final Fantasies never really could get into producing the greatest games of all time. You know, it's one of those things where the junctioning system in 8 just gets me well done, well happy, and gets me hyped whenever I go back and play it. I've played it multiple times. It's one of the Final Fantasy games out there that I've gone back and played and played and have played multiple times, and I still get enjoyment out of it. You know, I still get the enjoyment. And to be honest, you know, you had multiple ways to play the game. You had, you know, the game was built to handle a multiple playthroughs. Okay, you can go through and play the game just as normal, and you know you're gonna have a horrible time at the end of the game. But with it. You can go in and use a strategy guide to find all the GFs and find everything that you need to get the best performance out of the game. You have a lot of ways to play it and ways to go through and enjoy the game. You have multiple ways to play Final Fantasy VIII. And to be honest, you have multiple ways, and what I mean by that is you can play anywhere on the go through Steam. Um, through Steam, you can play it on the Steam Deck, you can play it on the Switch, you can play it on Xbox, PlayStation. I don't care about that. You have multiple ways to enjoy Final Fantasy VIII, and if you haven't gotten into Final Fantasy VIII and haven't gotten into it, it's okay. It's not for everybody. Okay, Final Fantasy is not for everybody. Final Fantasy, I know a lot of people will probably look at me and say, Final Fantasy VIII is just not great because of that junctioning system. But to be honest, the junctioning system basically gave you a way to improve what you wanted to do. It's basically, you know how you look at a Final Fantasy 13 right now, we're playing that. I'm going to absolutely go find some rest. Is what I'm doing, if you're wondering. Let me double check. Yeah, I'm going to explore a little bit as well. But it's Final Fantasy VIII, just basically a military game that basically really started the enjoyment for it, and being one of the only Final Fantasy titles that really brought in a military style until 13. That revolved around military, that revolved around these things that, you know, and playing the game, like, I will tell you, I've played this originally on a PlayStation. I have Final Fantasy 8. I have discs 2 through 4. I do not have disc 1. Unfortunately, when I ended up giving it to a friend to play, I ended up giving this person disc 1 twice, and not disc 2. And so I haven't been able to get it. I probably will just find, maybe try to find disc 1 again. Maybe just find the whole case, because I want the actual physical case for it. I have been somebody that loves the range of it, and Final Fantasy VIII is just absolutely gorgeous, dead gorgeous, and brings out the best in this franchise. You know, you're basically giving you multiple ways to tackle a game. And ways to tackle a game like that is fantastic, and having multiple choices and multiple things. Let me go to company. Jack R is currently going to Kalvask. Finishes in 13 hours. So we're on the whim of, he's level 8, so Jack is going to give us the best into it. Now, of course, you know, Final Fantasy VIII is absolutely, well, we'll get talking back after I get do a thing, but I'm gonna say this before I go. Um, you know, having the richness of Final Fantasy, like if Nintendo had specifically came out with a disc based system instead of going with a cartridge based system, we might not have had Final Fantasy on a PlayStation for a long time. But because the PlayStation brought us, like, to be honest, like, the biggest technological leaps in bounds, okay? Sony has done this with the PlayStation, okay? We would not have consoles today with discs if it wasn't for Sony and its CD-based PlayStation 1 games. It would not be for the PlayStation 2 for having DVD technology and bringing the best in a lot of these things. And of course, it would not be without merit of not only having a PlayStation 2, but the PS3 bringing kind of basically like after the PS3, PS4 and PS5 have not done a lot of systems have not come out and actually changed the way we do things. And if it wasn't for them, PlayStation and Xbox and Nintendo, even all of these systems, we would not be here today if it wasn't for the PlayStation and bringing some of the best RPGs. Final Fantasy VII, Final Fantasy VIII, even Final Fantasy IX. I have played Final Fantasy IX on an emulator. I have played it on the PlayStation 1 back in the day. I have played Final Fantasy IX on a Windows-based operating system. I have loved that game too. But to be honest, 8 has never... The card system, great. You could play the game and go entirely have a whole new game experience that actually, 8 had the best card system. One of the best Final Fantasy side things you could do was play cards. And to be honest, I have a thing on my phone that literally allows me to play Triple Triad on my phone, because that's the best Final Fantasy game of all time. Final Fantasy has been one of the best when it comes to a lot of our things, and enjoying a lot based on our things. Now let's go check our job market. We're gonna check it here in Karils. We got computer processors. Computer processors are basically going to up there. Now, of course, traveling that way, it is the best price per performance, the best price, but it's probably not the best price per distance. But it is actually the best price per distance. But unfortunately, getting from there is going to take us a lot of our money, and we can't really afford to go across a land like that right now, because I have to pay for $400,000 on a thing like that. That going to London, and that one ends in 4 hours. To be honest, this one is taking 8-hour trip time to London, and that's gonna end Wednesday. So this will be actually a lot better. That one is expected on Monday. That would still be good, but this one I think will take you for apples. So set our destination and go from there. But before I do any traveling or doing anything of this nature, um, and going through that way, um, and as of course you can see, I need to go do a thing because I realize I need to be on a little bit. I need to be on at 4 o'clock instead of being on at freaking 5, or close to 5 o'clock because to be honest, um, I need to be better about it. I need to stop pushing my brain. I need to start pushing my brain and say, hey, I need to get on at 4 to live stream at 4. Need to get everything set up before 4 so that I can get on and go. But I need to go and start the oven. I need to go and make some supper for some pizza. So I will be right back. I'm still going to be live streaming, but I'll be right back. Uh, Alrighty. We are back. Anyway, um, let I'll tell you. Let's get ourselves going. And let's go take this, let's go get our delivery, pick up our delivery. Now of course that delivery is gonna go that way, which I don't see why not going through there, but that's okay. And I know I'm supposed to pull out a certain way, but I don't have the best and of course the loan installment is a we're getting a lot of those lately where we may go slightly below our ways, our funds, but we do tend to, like, I will usually will say, okay, hey, we're going to get this done in a day or so. Now, of course, I could go forward, and take that trip time, but it's gonna take us 32 minutes to get there, and it's only gonna take us 19, so I want to go as quickly as I can to get there. We probably should turn on some music. To be honest, but anyway, Final Fantasy, like what I was talking about before, is, you know, Final Fantasy 8 is not everybody's cup of tea, and I know a lot of people will claim that 7 is absolutely one of the best Final Fantasy games of all time, and clearly you can be right. I'm gonna tell you, like, all of the games all the Final Fantasies that I have played, no game it's really hard for a game of that magnitude to get a full 10. Okay, it's a lot harder. It's a lot hard these days for me to recommend and say that there is a problem with the game. There's a full thing. Final Fantasy 8. If you play the PS1 version, absolutely zero problems with me in not giving Final Fantasy 8 the benefit of the doubt. You know, and to be honest, I always will tell you that every game within the Final Fantasy franchise has gotten close to it. Some games have gotten close to it, some games have gotten farther down, but really, to be honest, no game that I have played in my lifetime have I given a game a below a 6. On 6 out of 10. So basically, you know, a lot of games. Oh, fruit. Hold on. Hold on, we can load ourselves back up. Not there. We can just load up after I dropped a freaking delivery. I missed my turn. But no game has given me the satisfaction of replayability, giving the game a enough that I'm willing to go back and play that game on a daily basis. Okay, outside of multiplayer games, outside of Euro Truck, outside of a multiplayer game, like Call of Duty and Fortnite, Euro Truck is the only other game that I would go back and play over and over again. But Final Fantasy VIII, I would do the exact same thing. To be honest, ranking all of my Final Fantasy games from the very beginning to basically what I have played, 8 is absolutely number 1. 8 is number 1 on that, and then Final Fantasy 12 is number 2. And the reason why 12 and 8, the reason why 8 is so much better than 12, and it's not much. Like I said, 12 and 8 are literally right there as the top 2. To be honest, if you really want to be going through it, I would put them smack dab as number 1. One of the best Final Fantasies of all time. But 8 just does it slightly a little bit more, it's just a little bit better for it, because to be honest, the only knack that I have, the only problem I have with 8 is the drawing, the time it takes to draw. But it's like, what? Like, there's always something wrong with every game. The only thing is the drawing system in that, but it makes up for a lot of other things, and it's the only game that has come close to being a full 10. To giving a close to being a full 10, and being the only other, basically, actually, it's given that full 10, pretty much, basically. The drawing system, yes, it takes a little bit of time, yes, it takes that time, and it's a little bit of a drag for a lot of people. A lot of people don't like that drawing system in the game. But to me, the drawing system in Final Fantasy VIII is absolutely the best. It is one of the things that I like about it, because I don't have to go and worry about, buying magic or having to go and unlock magic through other means. I just have to, it just gives me that time frame to draw and learn and to take things like that. And and I will tell you, I absolutely give Final Fantasy XII the best as well, but 12 Zodiac Age is comparing it to other Final Fantasy games, 12 with Zodiac Age is like, the Zodiac Age, the problem I have with it is nothing. Okay, Final Fantasy XII and Final Fantasy XII Zodiac Age, I have no problems with any of those games, with the exception of that basically in that one I have to go buy that magic. I would rather go out actually figure out a way to find the magic. You know, the storyline was great, Nate. The storyline, pretty much, like, really there is these one thing that's always out there, that's always a rumor, that a lot of people put out there. I was not paying, I did not look at both sides. Got distracted driving. Um, and of course, I'm driving on the wrong side. Duh. But of course, Final Fantasy, you know, with the Guardian Forces and being able to junctioning the magic to make yourself stronger utilizing magic and making yourself a lot better for a lot of the game itself. It's a lot of people don't like. If you look at 8, a lot of, like, when I first played it, like, as somebody who's brand new to the game, I'm not spoiling or anything. I'm not gonna spoil the game because I don't like spoilers. I don't like to tell people about it. But if you want to watch the game and want to see how the game is played, you guys can always check out my playlist for Final Fantasy VIII. I have played that game here on the channel from beginning to end, and I love it. I absolutely love the game. I have pretty much, you know, for it, and I like that, you know, equipping your big Guardian Forces to help you out. They get HP too, just as much as, like, you equip them. Basically, I think you like a time frame that you can use them for, to activating your GF, but they have health as you go through and activate that part of the thing. You have to really dictate, where do I want to go, what do I do to equip, what are the best combinations, getting the best thing out of it, making it a little bit of a challenge. Now, of course, if you make that challenge and you take that, it's a challenging game because it scales as you go. The more battles you fight, the more experience points you grab, the better it becomes for you to make that XP growth, and your battles grow with you. Of course, a lot of enemies are going to be easier to defeat, but the more you do that, the harder it becomes to defeat the final boss. And it takes time. It takes a lot of time and effort to practice and figure out what's the best thing you can do, and what it's going to need for you to basically win the game, and to beat the final Ultimisia, and to be able to beat, you know, in that regards. And I know I spoiled it there, but for whoever it is, but it's the face of the cover, pretty much. It's not like I am telling you something that's not already shown based on the cover and based on a lot of things throughout the whole story. And I love this story of, basically, you are people who are basically being trained in the army, to be honest. And at this garden called Balam Garden, or however you like to pronounce it, but I really like it, and I really enjoy it. And it was like the first thing I remember was playing the game as a child. Was one of the first things I remember as playing as a child. Now, that doesn't mean I didn't play 7 or I didn't play 9 as a child. I played them both too. but 8 was just one that really resonates with me as a child. You know, when that game came out, you know, I was pretty much basically like 4 or 5, like 3 or 4 years of age when I had the game. You know, it was one of the best games on the PlayStation 1. The PlayStation 1 had some great other games too, like Legend of Dragoon and stuff, but 8 just chef's kiss with that game. And of course, you know, it's not only is 8 a great game, but ranking my top 10 Final Fantasy games have changed. Okay, I have changed the ranking on this. A lot of people are going to look at me and say, when you look back, I've done a ranking on this, my top 10, I've done it twice. You know, I used to have Final Fantasy VII Dark to Cerberus as my top 10, in my top 10, at number 10, to be honest, but that's changed. I have put Final Fantasy 1 right there. The one that started it all. One of the best Final Fantasy games. I absolutely love that game. I absolutely enjoy it, adore it. I played it on the channel, beat it. I have not played 2, 3, 4. I've not played 2 and 3. I have played 4, and I have played 5, and I have played 6. I started those. I've never finished them. Never. I got close to finishing 5, and I still think 5's a great game too. A lot of the older Final Fantasy games, like 1 through 6, are great. The graphics don't bother me. Okay, the style of the game, it just, to me, is just an art style. Okay, you know, back then that's all you had. You didn't have these 3D graphics of driving a truck right now, or driving a semi-truck going from point A to point B, and the graphics look just fantastic. It's not perfect, okay, but you know, but you know, there's a lot of these older style of games that just resonate. Like if you've played Mario, you know the style pretty well. But 1 pretty much basically just gave me the story that just basically started it all and made Final Fantasy for what it is. It saved Square Enix. It saved basically Square itself. And Squaresoft became what it is when Final Fantasy VIII was out and stuff, and Square Enix is what it is today. And to be honest, you know, it's just a beacon of light for that game, and it's still not the perfect best game of all time, but it's still one of the best games. And the only thing I did not like was not having the best cohesive story, and giving like your character making like, but you got to create the story in that sense. But I wish it was just more data driven, where you caught your character, or characters were actually part of on it. Now of course, the other portions within the Final Fantasy series, and quintessential, you know, sitting here at number 9, a lot of you guys are also going to look at me and say like, these games are absolutely games I've beaten. No, I've beaten 1, and it's not back at the bottom here. But sitting here at number 9 pretty much simplified the other part of the mainline Final Fantasy franchise. Most all of these are mainlined except for 1 on this list. And this one also was a favorite of mine, and pretty much basically, you know, um, after a lot of consideration, for a lot of things, the Final Fantasy series has not changed a lot, when I did things, but going through it and basically saying this now, if you're going to look at me and say that, you know, this game, I have to give props to Final Fantasy 1, the Pixel Remastered version is the one I played for it, for that one, so just bear in mind that I did play the Final Fantasy 5, which is the next one, that is absolutely quintessential. I played that on my mobile phone. Beat the game, almost beat the game, still enjoyed the story, loved every ounce of it, loved the way that they did the story and things for it, and to be honest, these are the only two games from back in the day that really get that there. A lot of people will say 6 is actually one of their all-time favorite old-timey Final Fantasies, but 5, I really liked 5 for the job system. The job system in 5, just like most of all of these games, you guys are going to probably look at me like the job system in 5 actually really made it why it's here at number 9 is because the job system, the story was kind of okay, but the job system, I loved about it. Loved every single ounce of that job system. Now, of course, you know, it's been a while since I've played the game. It's been a while since I've actually gone through it and remembered the game. But the only other game, I'm sitting here at number 8. Now, for a lot of you, this is also a non-mainline Final Fantasy, and a lot of you guys are probably going to be like, why this Final Fantasy? Why not Tactics? Why not a Wii title for like Crystal Chronicles or GameCube or whatever, those titles? Because I'm not a big fan of a lot of those things. The only other one on that that's not part of the main line was Final Fantasy XII Reverend Wings. But to be honest, this one is absolutely one of the best quintessential games, and I've played every single version of the game. But Final Fantasy Dissidia, the fighting game, and I loved every version of those games except for NT. And I'm gonna lump them both together. I'm gonna lump them all together on this list because they're absolutely gorgeous. I love the way that they did a style in like Smash Brothers or a thing like that, but did it 3D and brought in all the Final Fantasy, quintessential Final Fantasy characters. And you know, I also like Tactics too, and stuff, but this one was just a lot better for a lot of things. I actually do go back and play it from time to time. I don't like Dissidia NT though, but I like the PSP versions, and if I had my PSP working, I would be playing that non-stop, or playing it probably through an emulator if I gave it more point. I like Final Fantasy 012 Disnusium or whatever, I can't pronounce it, but the second one to it, absolutely fantastic and absolutely gorgeous, drop dead gorgeous for a game, for a fighting game. Of course, I like Smash Brothers more than Final Fantasy, but it is still one of the best in the fighting genre of that. Now, before we absolutely get into my number 8, my number 7, okay, this one here at number 7 is going to be Final Fantasy X-2. Okay, this is not part of the main line, but it is related to the mainline Final Fantasy. And most of you guys are going to probably look at me and be like, I will tell you, I used to have, on this list, I used to have, there's probably I used to have 13 up here at a higher, up here at 7, and I used to have 10-2 at a lower rank, but 10-2 is absolutely a fantastic, gorgeous game. It's not the best for a sequel to a Final Fantasy game. To be honest, it's not the best to a sequel. But I used to have that here. But unfortunately, a new game has been crowned this slot and has been shifted. For a lot of you would probably say I've given 7 remake, okay, but and it is going to be Final Fantasy 7 remake. It is absolutely going to be up here because after playing Final Fantasy 7, I love Final Fantasy 7. Final Fantasy 7 is so much better than 13. I mean, than Rebirth and remake. A lot of people will look at me and say Rebirth is... I don't like Rebirth. I cannot play that game. I cannot. It's too much padded. It's too much... it just takes too... They padded it too much that they could have reduced it to make it better. For a lot of things. And to be honest, Final Fantasy 7 remake is a lot better for... Yeah, it has some padding. It's not the greatest Final Fantasy. It's not the quintessential to it. And like I said, all of these are considered, like Final Fantasy VII Remake is considered part of a mainline Final Fantasy. They're just redoing Final Fantasy VII for it. But you know, and I like 7 Remake because of the way that it's a linear style. I love linear style Final Fantasies just as much as I like the non-linear style Final Fantasies as well. And Final Fantasy VII is absolutely, if you compare it to 7, I like 7 better because it's just all there, and it's a lot better cohesive in a story, and done better in any way, shape, or form. And it does not have it's basically Final Fantasy VII Remake should have been a upscaled version or done something to basically make it a remaster of 7 instead of a remake. But 7, yeah, but I still love the game. It's still got the fighting style is pretty much what I like in Final Fantasy. It is still an action-based RPG. Still got that ATB gauge. Still got that active time battle in a game. But you know, and it's one of the better ways of doing what 13 was supposed to have done. But to be honest, but to be honest, 13 is so much better at story than 7 Remake. And the gameplay is fine, the graphics are fine, everything is great. I love that game. Even with the extra content added within it is great as well. But like I said, the only reason why 7 Remake does not get the highest praise up in there. I had it originally setting up at Final Fantasy VII at the beginning because I have started playing 7. I never really finished it. I never really finished a lot of these games. You know, I've never finished 10. I've never finished you know, all of these Final Fantasy games. The only ones I finished was Final Fantasy 1, Final Fantasy 7, 8, and 12. And I almost finished 5. But on my I had it on my phone. I almost finished it, and I never went back to finishing it. I had actually a bootlegged copy of 5 for that one. But I am going to go back to it. I am going back to playing Final Fantasy 2, 3. I'm gonna go back and play 4. I'm gonna back and play 5, and I'm gonna back and play 6 through the Pixel Remastered. I don't care. It's going to be the only place that I go through and play these games. I'm going to play every single one through the Pixel Remaster because I want to be able to play it with you guys and be able to do it that way. But anyway, now of course, sitting here at number 6, for a lot of you, you know, the quintessential game that's slightly better than 7 Remake, slightly better. And I will explain this in a minute, but I will be right back. I'm gonna quickly go to the bathroom, go and put pizza in, and I will be right back because I know I'm supposed to put pizza by now. Need my phone too. Of course, we got about 8 minutes to go, to get food. But there's a couple other things. I know we were talking about Final Fantasy and all the links on this. And telling you that, within the only game that sits right here, and I didn't go into why I put 10-2 a little bit higher, extensively, is because I have not really gotten into playing the game or playing it to really the story was not great, the story was not the best, and that's why at number 8, that's why Final Fantasy X 10-2 sits there. Is because 10 is just a lot better, and I have played 10. I own 10 and 10-2 on PC. I own pretty much basically every mainline Final Fantasy title from the PlayStation 1 and 2 on PC, for that matter. But anyway, but sitting here at number 6 is and will be the game I am currently playing right now, and that is Final Fantasy 13. The story is not the greatest. The story is the only thing that really kind of quintessentially puts the game at a lower rate on my end. It's the story just having to go through menus to experience all of Final Fantasy 13 and all of it things it has to offer. But going through the 13, like, the only thing that I'm seeing right now with the story is just the way that you have that thing, like the place of accessing a shop. Like, I actually like the shop, the way that Final Fantasy has done pretty much the gameplay. I love the gameplay. I actually love the thing where I can see what enemies are gonna be coming. Kind of seeing it. It's a linear style. I love linear style games. Don't get me wrong. But to be honest, 13, the story just doesn't quite sit well. The story is not quite there, but it's gotten better over time. Like, I've gone through and played up to chapter 10. To be honest, I have one on my Xbox 360. I pretty much own Final Fantasy 13. I have pretty much gone through a Final Fantasy 13, and I've played every single version of the game. I have enjoyed every single version. I own it on an Xbox 360, I own it on PS3, I own it on PC as well. All three of those platforms. I do not, however, own the subsequent later 13-2 and 13 Lightning Returns, and have not played those or touched those. And I own them both on Xbox 360 and PC, but I do not own them on console for the PS3. It's about the only system I do not own. I don't know why we're having to do that, if we're having to change. Unless it's just because of the woods. Which makes it even... Oh, okay, no, actually... What? like, I don't like, that's the one where I would put like yellow light at the time of night. Like, it's like if there is no cars and there's a car coming, you should just automatically switch over. Like, that would be so much better, just to have it automatically switch over for like a short time. But whatever, I will take the hit. Hit on that one. But one of the things that bothers me with 13 is just the way that the story has been done and the way the story has been sent forth and been sent the way that it is. It's like you can't go and have a story and then put all the lore behind text and make you go and read text and make you understand all what's going on. Like, yeah, I don't like that as much for a video game. Like, I understand, like, if you're gonna put a lot of lore and a lot of things behind it, but when you had games previously that didn't do this, then I kind of was like, yeah, no. But I don't mind the game itself for the mechanics. I don't mind the way that the shops are set up, the way that you upgrade your weapons. Like, I like that. I like that style. I like the where you find materials, you gain materials to upgrade weapons. And that's how I like my games. Is that's kind of what one of the things that I really like about it, and I love about 13 for its mechanics, for the way that you gain your skills. Like, it's there, but the thing that a lot of people don't quite seem to understand with it, hold on, is that people don't quite seem to understand that within the Final Fantasy franchise, okay, so I'm wondering, so I wonder if they fixed and moved that up from the bottom. I gotta go and check my pizza. Here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come back to talking about 13. I'm going to come back and talk about number 5 on this list, but but reason why 13 is not quite as great as saying and why 13 is not as great as, say, some of these others is the difficultiness of the game is not that great. And I'm also going to say for the same thing over the next one too, but it's just the difficulty of the game just kind of puts it up here a little bit higher in the story for it. But I will tell you, within 13, I will talk about, be back here in a minute. We're going to talk about 13, talk about the next my top 5 Final Fantasies when I get back. I need to go check up on supper. I need to go take out the pizza. I'll be right back. Food out of the oven because I made it. Yeah, I should have waited until after I got done with this haul, but it's okay. I'm not gonna eat until after we're quite done talking about the last thing on Final Fantasy. My other top, Final Fantasy things. Like I am going to tell you, you know, this next one is going to be Final Fantasy X. And for a lot of you, why am I putting Final Fantasy X here than say over 13? Because the first thing that reason why I'm putting 10 here is because all of these games, I'm just gonna tell you right now, all of these games are I'm thinking we go with that one there, longer distance. Giving as I'm gonna kind of share with you guys, is giving Final Fantasy 10. The game is difficult compared to some of these other Final Fantasies, but to be honest, if you're really gonna talk about being difficult, this one is especially difficult because you gotta know, which team is better, how you can cycle through enemies within it. The reason why also 13 is because why 13's not higher is because of you can't play with other people. You can only play with once you have your character sitting in the once you have your characters, you cannot select what characters you want to utilize within the game. Okay? You cannot utilize a Final Fantasy title and not be able to play with every character within your cycle through between a character. You can't do that in 13 until way late in the game, apparently. That's why I don't like 13 the way it is. And for it. But in 10, you can do that in mid of battle. You can swap out characters, change them out. And I like that. That's what really defined. I love the story. I love the things. It's just that difficulty level and spiciness within a game that does not quite get it to the high standard. High standard Blitzball. I love Blitzball, but it's not the best in when it comes to a Final Fantasy title. Or any Final Fantasy title, for that matter. And to really put it here, to be honest, it's actually, to be honest, yeah, I used to have Final Fantasy 9 here, I used to have 9. I used to have Final Fantasy 9 up here. But after going through and playing Final Fantasy 9 through and actually playing through a lot of Final Fantasy 9, Final Fantasy 9 does absolutely hit better after I've played a lot more into it and understanding the story than just going through and playing a small portion of it. Um, and Final Fantasy IX is absolutely the best when it comes to being here at number four. Love the story, love Alec, love Steiner. I love all of every ounce of the story, the gameplay, the job, kind of the job system within kind of the job system, the jobs that were put into place that were there as each character had their own unique style of gameplay, and I liked it. I liked that sense. And I think it was before the last, within, trying to not go into much more detail, but seeing Vivi and Black Mages and having character creations and name changes and characters just here within Final Fantasy just absolutely blows this game out of the water. The card system was not the best. It had no purpose outside of just basically requiring you to beat a certain thing in the game, and that was it. Okay? However, the story, the gameplay, the way that you took on and getting through that story and getting on to the other continent, just up to that point, has really given me Final Fantasy X blown 10 out of the water. Okay? And I love Final Fantasy IX. Best storytelling, great way of doing things, medieval settings and things. But the final thing that I wanted to share with you guys, as a hold on. You guys are gonna see the schedule come twice. I'm testing a thing. I don't know why. It's directly just going to YouTube. And why it's not why it's not connecting to Trovo. So give me a second here. But anyway, if you guys want to check out when I'm live, I'm typically live till 6, but today I'm on again for a little longer than normal for today. So I don't know why. I don't know why. Why Trovo is not working. It's very hard to find any good pizza these days, but there's a few good pizzas out there, but they're expensive. You know, here in the United States, we have this thing called market side pizza, and I'm loving it. But anyway, and it's just hard to find a lot of good pizza. Like Domino's is the only good fast food pizza, that delivers. I actually... Oh, we have gas down that way. I want to go get rest first. But... You know, after going through and giving my full undivided like decision and things, giving Final Fantasy the benefit of the doubt, you know, the only other Final Fantasy game, the last 3 Final Fantasy titles that are sitting here at number 3, 2, and 1, in particular order, is that Final Fantasy 7. A lot of you guys are gonna look at me and be like, why do you have do you have 7 lower than these next 2? 7, I like the 7. I like the way that the game is set up, the story, loved the story, loved every aspect of the game. I just did not like the way that we slotted things into our things, and the way of leveling up and things was just, it was great. Don't get me wrong, every top 3 of these Final Fantasies absolutely are the best, and nobody can say without a shadow of a doubt that these are great Final Fantasies. Everybody's gonna have their own opinions, everybody's gonna have their own way of doing things, but Final Fantasy 7, I love the openness and the way that they have the graphics were set up and the things. This was peak PlayStation. Okay, this was very much peak, and to be honest, but it's not quite the best when it with the weapons and things and just leveling up a little bit for it. But I guess the story is great. Everything, there's hardly anything wrong with it. To be honest, it's just finding weapons and getting things, and maybe having slightly some bad spots in the game, but it's rare to have a bad spot in a Final Fantasy from that magnitude. But of course, actually, you know what? Of course, I think what we'll do is actually, let's go to that one down there. we have some time. We can go down that way. You know, and within the number two, okay. And I'm not going into a lot of detail. Great, like I said, great story, great way of thinking on their feet. And giving people a lot of and getting a lot of places and picking a game and picking your favorite, you know, and of course the music was great. Every Final Fantasy has great music. I absolutely fantastic, and to be honest, it is one of the best by Nobuo Uematsu. Like he is the one that quintessentially got me into liking music for video games a lot. But he wasn't the one that really I shouldn't say that. You know, but 12, okay, the next Final Fantasy on this list at number 2 is Final Fantasy 12 and 12 Zodiac Age. Now, of course, I'm going to put both of them lumped here together. Because Final Fantasy 12 is absolutely one of the best I'm wanting to change what looks better? Do we go full body? 'Cause I like the gloss. I like that glossy. Gunmetal is just $75 less on it. I think that looks even better than the glossy. But I think I want to go and bring it to the full thing there. Now I could do that, and then we take and we go back to the glossy. But I think I don't like the arrow as much. So I think what we'll do is let's go down here. And we'll go through that point. I'm gonna clear the order. And we'll go and confirm that. Okay. Okay, now. Set service. Until I can do the service recommended. And then we'll take our get ourselves in the morning. Here. But with Final Fantasy XII being right there at the forefront of one of the best quintessential Final Fantasy games, it was actually the second Final Fantasy game I've beaten, and I have played that multiple times through multiple means. I've done I did Final Fantasy through let me see here, why are we at? That's gonna give us 16 hours, to London. Yeah, we have to take a little bit of travel time on it, but I think we can manage. Yeah. But with Final Fantasy being the quintessential franchise, and 12 being such a great game, I have played the PS2 version, and I have played the Zodiac version. I have not played the Final Fantasy XII International Edition, the one that basically allowed you to only have one class instead of two. But I have played every version of Final Fantasy. I have, on this one, I even played. I think I even tried to play it. Attempted to play it through emulation. At one point on my computer, and I just my computer could not handle it. I even tried to play Final Fantasy 12 Zodiac Age on my laptop. The international version is basically what I went for, but the PS2 emulation just crashed my computer, and there was nothing I could do about it. But not going to talk about the international. We're just going to talk about the quintessential base game of Final Fantasy 12, the one that brought everybody to a game to its need, to a great story. You have the story, and I know this vividly because I played this multiple times. Same with 8. That's why these two are my all-time favorite. But Final Fantasy 8 absolutely. If you look at Final Fantasy 12, you are basically somebody trying to fix a system. A character named Vaughn who ended up falling into a war. Later into a war and ended up becoming from like a thief turned into somebody better over time, and a quintessential sky pirate. Absolutely a gorgeous game. With the story, I'm trying to basically take over Ivalice. I'm fixing it, and doing some quintessential things within the game for it, and things, and I really like that Final Fantasy 12 just absolutely drop dead gorgeous of a game. Love the license board. I liked it where when they did revamp the license board for Final Fantasy Zodiac Age, like I actually loved the system, the way that it was intended to be done. The way that I think Final Fantasy 12 should have been done in the first place. And 12 Zodiac Age with the multiple classes and bringing in the game itself. Zodiac Age just really, you're gonna give me a headlight issue when the sun's not even going down yet. I guess it's just the way that my day and night cycle thing that I have does not go through and fix that. But anyway, within the Zodiac Age, having the white mage or creating a class to fit your needs, or having it multiple needs, to be honest, Zodiac Age did well for improving on a remaster of a game. Different locations, different ways treasures was placed. And did I make a mistake? I did. Hopefully I don't make that mistake again. But Final Fantasy 12 with the weapons and things, the leveling system was easy. This was actually one of the easier Final Fantasy games I've beaten. I I literally went through and just played the game without any help or any form of help. You know, I played this back when the internet was kind of just barely getting its foot off the ground. You know, and Final Fantasy 12 just literally gave me the best story from front to end. Was the easiest Final Fantasy, gave it my XP, the way that leveling and the way that you collected things in the game. Final Fantasy 12 Zodiac Age still was easier, was still easy to beat, without having to go through any help or anything through it. And I didn't need a guide to help me through Zodiac Age, since I've already played through 12, and it was pretty much the same thing, except all I did was I went through and I did it twice. I played it through twice on this channel. I did once where I played it through just normally, whatever I decided, and then I went and had a wheel pick the job for me for every character, and we played it that way twice. And it was still easy to beat, relatively, on the story and then the gameplay. And to be honest, but I also like challenge, and that's kind of why 12 doesn't quite make it to the #1. But it was still the best Final Fantasy. Loved every style, loved the music, even though it wasn't done by Nobuo Uematsu, it was done by somebody else, and it just was the best. But Final Fantasy VIII, because it is the 27th anniversary of Final Fantasy VIII, I can't believe how much that game has really influenced my video game tastes in video games. Of course, a lot of people are going to look at me and say, Final Fantasy VIII is not the best. But for me, Final Fantasy VIII is the best. And it is the best because it gives you that multiple ways of playing your game. No, I had no graphical, no problems, nothing. I had nothing, no problems, nothing within the game. Nothing brought me more joy than going in and fighting like a military person, and becoming from a lonely seed member to becoming a great seed member throughout the time, going through tests, taking tests, cheating on the test, you know, like you can go and find cheat answers just to complete the thing and get all the way up to the highest tier all you want, and doing things. Like the only thing that I had to really think about is the game is very difficult. If you don't know how to find all the guardian forces, or don't know, and you just play it like you're normally supposed to play it, like you don't know anything, you're pretty much gonna have some challenge, because the game relies on you being, like, it scales with you. The game scales with you, so you can't really, go in and actually, think that you're gonna be, oh, I'm really good now, but no. The game, monsters and scalability of the game really make that challenging. Equipping your magic, drawing. The only thing more satisfying is just being able to have magic and being able to utilize it however you choose, and how much you want to use, and how much is being done and being stored up to use for safe. Like if you store, like you have so many, you can store up to 100 fires, but then you have 100 fires, but then you go down and you want to store 100 Viargas. It's Thursday, so yeah, we should be fine on this. This will definitely help us get get ahead, and maybe we might be able to get another driver, so we can start paying off our loans. Because I have one driver with me right now. That's what really took me into buying a whole bunch of loans. But anyway, and not only knowing that between having the dynamic between Squall, between Cypher, Ultimecia, having the dynamic between Quistis, and having the dynamic between, you know, even the Irvine and all these other characters within the game. And I could have gone, but my bad. And having the story being told in a way that really makes you question some things. Like, a lot of people look out there and, like, there's a question within the community. Now, of course, for me, I don't like to speculate on a lot of things. I don't like to make those things speculative and saying that Squall is dead. Squall is probably not dead. He was probably more than likely just injured. Injured. To me, it seemed like he was injured, but who knows what goes on. We don't know the entire intent of the story in the entirety of the game, but absolutely fantastic. Absolutely drop-dead gorgeous of a game. Oh, of course, I'm gonna get the... Of course, I'm gonna get the thing, because I saw the light, and I was like, oh, great. I'm gonna speed through it. It'd probably be better if I had a triple monitor setup, but I don't have a triple monitor setup. I only have one monitor. I don't have a simulation sim rig on this. And I'm not going to. I don't need a sim rig to play this game, but anyway. And going through over 27 years ago today, you know, I'm 30 years old, so I was like 3 at the time, okay? And maybe even, was I 3 at the time? Because it was, I don't remember, I think it was 1998, I believe that it was 1998 that this game was made. If it was 1998, then I would have been, 3 years old at the time. Because I'm 30, and it's like, you know, like, time has gone by so much. You know, I remember the day that I went to Walmart, or went to Target, or one of those two places, with my dad, and we went and got Final Fantasy 8 off the shelf because I scratched the freaking discs. Let me rephrase this. Let me not rephrase this, but let me share with you guys the things that I did as a kid. A lot of the games, I never really took care of my games. I never really spent the time and actually took care of them. Made sure that they stayed nice and pristine. You know, one of the games that I have right now that is absolutely stupidly expensive. One of the most expensive games on my list is Fire Emblem for the GameCube. Like, I never took care of my games. I never took care of them. I'm pretty sure a lot of you guys have never, like, you're probably a lot younger. You probably realize kids aren't taking care of a lot of their games. They are not, they don't know better. And to be honest, like yeah, I have, and that's where I have Final Fantasy 8 right now. I have one disc 1 and one disc 2 copies of Final Fantasy 8 in my game case, my game stuff. But I only have the Final Fantasy 8 disc 2. I don't have a single disc 1. So, like, if you happen to have a game out there and you're missing a disc 2 because you have a broken disc 2 and you are needing of that, you can let me know, and we can maybe work out something and exchange, because I have 2 disc 2s and okay, whatever. Ugh. I'm not caring right now. But like my first like I'm missing disc 1. Okay, I gave a copy of Final Fantasy VIII to a friend, disc 1, and did not give disc 2 out. I made a mistake of realizing, oh, did I give disc 1 or did I give disc, and I did. And this was when I was later in life, when I was in high school. I did this. So I pretty much basically, I have owned and played every PlayStation title, every PlayStation system, okay? I pretty much currently do not own a PS1, but I do own a PS2, the Slim. I owned a fat PS2, and I own a Slim now, but I want to get the fat back, so I can get a Linux build for it, and get it to use it, build it as like a Linux thing, get the Linux kit, for it, because that would be such a nice thing to have just to mess around with, and see if I can get Steam or see if I can get something to run with it. But I don't think I'm going to do that now, just because I don't think it's worth it. But you know, video games coming in for me, a lot of video games just really enjoy and get a lot of things I enjoy today. A lot of you guys probably are looking at the title and looking that I've only been talking about video games for quite some time now. And because I have been reminiscing about Final Fantasy VIII's 27th anniversary, because it's the all-time favorite game. But to be honest, there are a couple other things that are listed on the title for today. Canada. Now, for any of you who probably know, I talked about Canada yesterday, about Trump's attack in Canada. I'm not going to get into that today, except for I might get into talking about USA, talking about this thing, where in Canada yesterday they had, I think it was yesterday, they had a shooting, okay, a mass shooting. Now, of course, a lot of people don't understand that Canada is somebody that does take pride in regulating of their guns. They do have guns. Okay, I didn't know this, but they do take poignant into their guns and making sure that their guns are absolutely safe, and making sure that you have a lot of background checks, a lot of things going on to make you to own a gun. If you've done something, you get it revoked and you can't have them. It really takes a lot for you to have a gun in Canada, apparently. I don't know Canada's gun laws. I don't know a lot about it, except for the fact that a lot of the media in America, compared to what happened in Canada, a lot of media will go and make assumptions, go through and do things without knowing any of the facts. They will go and take guns and blame an identity, blame on transgenders, or blame this or blame that, and they will blame one side or the other. They'll find ways to blame somebody for these issues. When it's like a thing that goes on within Canada with this mass shooting, a lot of people say, oh, Canada's unsafe, Canada's like this. Let me be clear, they've only had 10 mass shootings in all of Canadian history, if I'm not mistaken, that had 2 or more shootings. 10, compared to the United States having multiple, because once they do, they really clamp down and fix what's going on, and try to figure out what they can do, and it's fine. I don't care. Okay, I am not somebody that's like, yes, I support guns, but I'm also at the other point of that if my guns get taken away, my guns get taken away. I'm not gonna complain. Okay, I'm not somebody that's gonna complain if guns get taken away from me. because I don't own any first and foremost. I don't, but I do have guns in the house. Okay? They're not mine, they're my brother's, but to be honest, guns can protect us, but we just happen to utilize too many of them here in America. So sometimes Canada will get occasionally somebody smuggling guns into Canada. And it happens. People tend to smuggle it in. We are a gun-loving country, and that choose to smuggle things into another country because we, heaven forbid, we don't crack down on people taking guns to another country because they're trapped, because that country doesn't, you know, sometimes it slips through the cracks and things happen. Okay? You know, it's the same thing here. It's like, you know, I was watching Barnacules Nerdgasm, and he has this thing called bat knife. Literally, it is a bat knife, but where you could get tetanus, literally could get tetanus from it. But didn't realize that he had taken the thing with him until he landed at his next destination. So yes, sometimes things can slip through the cracks on planes and when they're not supposed to. TSA is not always perfect. They're never perfect. You know, TSA will go after and racially profile anybody. And will racially profile, and they do. It happens. A lot of times, it happens here in America, and it shouldn't be happening, but it does. They racially go after people who are LGBTQ. They're going after a lot of that. But I'm not going to get into that today. I'm just really talking about Canada specifically, where and in this thing I was watching from Todd Maffin, one of the things that he had talked about was how the media up there is they really stop and sympathetic and go and just look at the issues and look at these things as they go on. They don't racially do anything. They don't go and blame one side or the other. They just mourn the loss of what went on and you know, do their due diligence and get the person who did it off. And of course, the person who did do the shooting is dead. And so it's one of those things that you can't just go out and blame the left or blame the right or blame whatever side and stop. We need to stop thinking about that. We need to stop putting blame on some ideology or something, because that's what our media does here. You know, in Canada, the media doesn't go after and blame one side or the other or blame this, blame that. They don't rush to conclusions. They let the police do their work, and they let the media know about it, through it, and they just go on about their day. Okay? And that's what should be done. You know, we shouldn't be pushing now I know we're running out of fuel. Okay? We are gonna grab some fuel over there. Okay, let's hope that we're going the right way. I know we are, but it's gonna be the shortest distance if I'm not mistaken. That's going to Jakarta. Yeah, we're gonna take this one. It does allow us to get a little bit of that rest on it, but and I like that now we gotta drive on the so I'm wondering. I'm wondering if I am going. Okay, so they're not gonna let me go through this way. Okay. Okay. But I will tell you, like, going through and seeing what goes on within the society of each country and understanding that they do a lot of things differently. They change. Like, you don't know what goes on in that country because you see something, you see a headline coming from that country, you see a mass shooting going on that happened. Did they go out and say, oh, well, Canada's unsafe, Canada's not safe? Did they really make you fear a lot of the time? And Canada's not a bad country. Japan's not a bad country either. Okay? A lot of these countries aren't bad. Doesn't mean that the country of origin or these countries are horrible countries. Of course, if you're like me and you're in the United States, and you're living here, you're gonna have a much more harder time living here if you lived in another country. You don't come here if you are not being afraid for your life. Okay? You may have bad things that go on in your country because you don't own because you have, because we have better air conditioning or because we have better things in our society for a lot of things. It's best just to stay in your home country and not come, because right now it's worse off than it was 2 years ago. Okay? And that's me being honest about a lot of these things. Like, I study and I pay attention. Like, Japan may not be the best country for LGBTQ people or progressive views or Western ideology. Okay? I'm gonna tell you, I don't think that way. I think about the country itself and looking at the country that it should be. The only thing that I look forward to in any country yeah, we're 39 cents over for that. Um, and so you gotta think about looking at other countries and actually think about what goes on in their country. You can't just go in and say you go to this country and expect to live the life that you lived here in America, because you can't. You cannot expect to live a lifestyle. However, there is one thing in this country that the rest of the world does not seem that a lot of Americans do not seem to understand. Okay? And the biggest one is English. A lot of people will say that, oh, America is built on the foundation of English. No. Where is it anywhere? I've never once seen the national language be called English. I've never once heard it in history, never once understood that it has to be English. It's not, because remember, America has multiple languages right now. And if any of you don't believe me, go to Mexico, go to Puerto Rico. Go to Puerto Rico. Go to Puerto Rico, and you'll see that it's Spanish speaking. You blame Bad Bunny because you don't understand the lyrics, because you don't understand what was going on. One, because it's all woke, but yet you don't like the lyrics because somebody's there. Well, guess what? There have been plenty of other predominant people who have made songs that do not suffice what MAGA believes in. Okay? There have been a lot of artists out there that do not. That have been at the Super Bowl. Okay? There have been a lot of people who have been at the Super Bowl are American citizens, but are actually considered an American, and actually have been a citizen of the United States, born on American soil. Okay, Puerto Rico is, everybody who is Puerto Rican gets American citizenship. So if you want to go to Puerto Rico, you can go to Puerto Rico. I don't know if you still have the passport to go to Puerto Rico, but you do get to go to Puerto Rico without, as if for it. So it's like you gotta think about what your history on understanding that Puerto Rico was given. It was the Spanish-American War that gave us Puerto Rico. We had the Philippines. Now, of course, if we had never given up the Philippines, we'd probably still be speaking the language of the Philippines. Guam. Other countries that we still have do not speak English. English. And that's the truth, Now, we're going to have to not go that way, unfortunately, because for whatever reason, that's broken. So we're gonna mark that way. For it. Cause I have to make sure where are we going. Cause I don't wanna like get myself into trouble on getting us crashing, and then we end up falling back and have to go back a degree or two. Because in the E40 right there, there's a crash, and I just have to go around it. At least luckily this time I can go around it. Can go around, unlike way over here. I had a crash earlier. Up here in this area. Where are you at? Let's see. No, hold on. There. Am I not in the right spot? Yeah, I had a crash right here. I do not have that crash there anymore. Got it fixed, but there's just that crash right there. Down here, so I have to really make sure I go around the E40 through that. There's no way I can do it. I want to, if I could, I would create a little bit of a mod I don't know why. I should have taken that way, but whatever. I'm not here to look for every ounce or look for every bit and point for it. You know, I will tell you that, you know, every society has different ways of doing things, different ways of understanding. You know, Japan likes to be, like, one of the things Japan likes to do is take less risks. They like to be more conservative about conservative approach on how they do things. They don't like to take risks on a lot of things, and I understand. I don't like when you take a lot of risks and do a lot of things that shouldn't be done. You know, the United States takes a lot of major risks that really yeah, we're gonna go this way. And I need to, once we get done here, I'm going to update, I need to upgrade the UK signage, for it, because the UK signage just got an update from 1.4. United Kingdom, basically. I don't know why they call it Great Britain here. I don't get why it's called Great Britain, why it's Great UK, I don't get it. But I will tell you that going through each individual point and looking at what's going on here in the US and things, like recently, like, you know, I cannot tell you how many times that, you know, they had a recent hearing with Pam Bondi and basically not directly answer any of the questions and not answer anything, blame stock markets, blame things for basically just went off the rails and said, "Oh, stock markets." Did not even want to eye the Epstein survivors. You know, Epstein, you know. And it's just really sad to see people like that. And to see people not acknowledge that you say you want to protect children, then why don't you go after the pedophiles? Everybody on that list. On that list, you won't. They won't. I know YouTube's probably not gonna like me saying that word, but you know, they don't want to go after these people, and they don't want to go after them because they say, "Oh, it's horrible. It's gonna ruin our economy. It's gonna ruin this." Yeah, right. Yeah, it'll ruin our economy, but you know what? There are gonna be more better, competent people running these things. It's basically like then you should. It's like, oh, no. These wealthy people want more money and are greedy to be in that position in the first place. And that's kind of why I'm not with um with these issues and you know, if you're in the files, they should be prosecuted. They should be taken. They should be taken into custody and thrown into jail and out with it. If these people have not committed any of those crimes since then, okay, I can give them a little bit of a pass. But I don't think so. And let me be clear. Anybody in those files who have done those heinous crimes will be seen by God. It doesn't matter if they're with God and look at. Why does it say Wednesday there? Oh. No, I think it actually meant to say Thursday there. I'm not looking at the thing. It's Thursday is when that's delivered. Duh. At 2 a.m. So, or in the morning, basically 2:54 in the morning. 2:54. And so it's like if you're not going to be in those files, then what's the point? If you're not going to sit there and be in the if you're going to sit there and be in those files, you need to take accountability for your actions. Yeah, I'm lucky I have the highest rated, the highest thing. And luckily I have the 580 engine on this. Um, Liège, um, and luckily I don't have to change anything on this, on my truck right now, so, but I am going to Liège for a good reason. Basically all I'm doing is I'm just going around Liège to change. To go get some rest, because we need rest. I need to get some water too. Not get some water, but drink some water. But, you know, and it's really sad to see a lot of the things that go on here in the United States. That it's horrible. I don't like that the things that we have to face, because a lot of people in the United States do not like LGBTQ people. I mean, especially on the right. You know, they really are going after trans people because we might as well rest here. I know I got 4 hours. I could have drive for 4 more hours, but I think I'm just gonna rest a little bit early. We have 14 hours to go on this. Yeah, I think it should be like that everywhere. But yeah, it's like you don't want to be on you don't want to go after anybody on these Epstein files because the system would be broken. Break the system, let it be broken. Let it get fixed. We'll fix it some way. We'll fix it, and it will take time, but fixing whoever's on that list needs to be held accountable for their actions. And completely held accountable. It's like, if you're not going to be held accountable, I'm just going to tell you right now, those who are not held accountable now will be held accountable later in life. So, even if they don't want to go after those people, They're greedy, they want money, they want basically keeping these people are greedy. And you shouldn't be greedy. You shouldn't be a $5 trillion company with NVIDIA. Should not be $5 trillion. They shouldn't be. You know, we shouldn't be sitting here at $5 trillion on a company that absolutely needs to be changed. You know? And it needs to be done in supporting a lot of people through everything, and just making sure that everybody is held to the high standard. Nobody should be above the law, to be honest. Nobody should be above the law. Everybody should be following God's law and following the law of the land. Now, of course, I'm not perfect at it. I'm not perfect at following God's law, to be honest. And I'll admit that. But I will tell you, uh, okay. I want to make sure I have my lights turned on properly. But there's a lot of things that we can change and do and fix our life in a lot of these places, and we can. It's not going to be easy to change overnight. It's not going to be easy to change things on a whim. You cannot change things over the course of a day. You cannot change it. It takes time. I'm speeding, I shouldn't be speeding. But I'm gonna be, after I get done with this one, I'm gonna get off today, guys, after I'm done with this haul. To be honest, and it doesn't take a chance to change things within a stretch of it's not going to take time to, it's not going to take a day to build a railroad system from New York to California right now. It's not going to take us days to build a road from New York to California. It's going to take months, years. Can take time. To fixing things, it takes months. And it takes time to get a system up and running like that. You know? And it takes a lot of things to shift from left to right, or from right to whatever, or it takes time to do things. Now, of course, you know, a lot of our decisions and a lot of our stuff that we do on a daily basis, we can change. We can change, and little things about us can be changed in a day, but it will take time for us to keep that change. You know, and things like that. You know, it's a lot of yeah. Okay. We're there. 6-hour trip time. We might not finish this today. Because it is 8 o'clock. It is almost 8 o'clock, and I need to get off. Because I need to go and work on some dishes. I need to get stuff done. I need to get that done at least. I might be on till 8:30, or I might not even go do dishes at all tonight. But they need to get done, seriously. I need to not be so lazy on it. But, like, don't, like, go and look at a country and live in that country for 5 years. Okay? And then come back to the United States. After 5 years, you'll have a different perspective on a culture. You'll have if you live in 5 years in a blue state compared to a red state, you will have dramatic differences in life in some things, but not going to have dramatic changes here in the United States. I think everybody should be required to at least go visit another country for at least a year, and they come and we give them an opportunity for them to come visit for us for a school year. And that's how it should be. We should have various different ways of doing things. But if you guys are enjoying yourselves, say remember to hit that follow. We'll be back. I'm going to tell you tomorrow's will be 13. I was going to do not today. I was going to get in today. But then I'm like, oh yeah, it is Wednesday. I probably should do Euro Truck on Wednesdays. Just because I get a little bit more time to... I should probably do it Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday Euro Truck. And then... And then do 13 on Thursday, Friday, Sunday. But... just to make things, because I can get further in a game like this, I can get more money on a day like today, So I think that's how I'm gonna do it. So anyway, I'm gonna tell you guys, we got 5 hours left. We got 5 hours left on our trip time. Okay. But I am starting to get to the point of, I'm starting to get to the point of wanting to play something else, wanting to do something else. But I'm gonna hold out as long as I can. Hopefully tonight we do have, but because I'm wanting to go in and play some Fortnite tonight, and I don't want to. Want to be sitting here, but I'm going to take a half-hour break so I can go do some other things before I get back on. But you know, I'm always this person that just does not like what ICE is doing, does not like the things going on in the United States, and I'm sick and tired of it. I'm sick and tired of it. And the best, but I'll tell you, the best thing that I can do right now that is helping me kind of keep somewhat from being completely going nuts and stir crazy is I just don't listen to it every day. I just don't listen to it on a constant basis, listen to every single thing that comes up from ITIS. I don't. I have kind of slowly kind of gotten to the point of video games kind of help me through it. But it's one of those things where I don't go out to bars, I don't go out to places. Because I'm not a big, huge sports fan. I don't go out to out and be out in these places and just naturally just kind of be there. Now, of course, you know, the video games just take that mind away from those politics and away from the things that really go on. But it's kind of getting a lot harder to build a computer. You know, I'll tell you, like, I saw a computer sitting around that's for $600. $600 for a computer, and then replacing the graphics card and the power supply. Pretty much all I would do is just change out the power supply to fit a better graphics card, upgrade that, and upgrade the GPU, and that'd be it. But again, I don't need. But then again, it's a 960. It's a GTX 960 or a 9 something. That I would end up just dropping that and seeing what I can do, seeing if there's any headroom. But it would. I already have a computer, but it's for streaming. It would get rid of my laptop. To be honest, I would like to get rid of my laptop in general because my laptop's getting pretty much there. But I want to have another computer. Sell off the HP monitor, of course, that comes with it. For basically just sell it off for half the cost of a Pixio and half of this monitor, and just buy the same monitor again. Basically just sell the HP monitor for $50 or for $50 or whatever. Somebody will buy the HP monitor, trust me. Because at a $50 HP monitor, I would even give it away for free. Because to be honest, I would like to keep the same monitor, but having a second monitor would allow for me have a bigger screen for you guys, so I can kind of see the streaming streaming, and get things situated that way. Having two computers would allow for that to be a better option. Plus, I have been going at the rate of speed. You know what? I think I will. I will get off at 8:30. Or whenever I get this all done, whichever comes first, because that's just gonna give me some time to do a lot of things. But Bavaria, we're still in I know which way it was telling me to go, but I was trying to get around this guy. Luckily I don't have to go too far. But I will tell you, you know, it's hard to really go through and get into politics. It's really tough. It's not really tough, I should say. It's really more of, it's just really hard to grasp politics. It can be easy to get into if it can get easy, but it's gonna be a lot. You can get into it, but then it's easy to get sucked into one side or the other. It's hard to understand both sides and say, look, you know, I am somebody that used to be a right-leaning person. Okay, I used to believe I was a moderate right. Okay, I was somebody that basically had LGBTQ values, but everything else was pretty much like a right-leaning value. Right-leaning. You know, I pretty much stand with the right on almost everything. Except for LGBTQ. Now I kind of stand with the left on a lot of these issues. Stand with the left on economy, on healthcare, and a lot of these things. Because it's like, look, if the rest of the world can have an economy, can have this style of everybody pays their fair share, everybody pays equally, and if everybody pays equally, everybody can have the same thing. If everybody paid 30% on income, everybody paid the 40%. Everybody paid the exact same amount. Doesn't matter how old, how young, much you have. The only thing I would do is, for me, on that point, I would probably drop from, like, if you make less than $20,000 a year, or even $10,000. If you make less than $10,000, you do not have to pay more than 10% in tax. But if you make less than $10,000, you don't have to pay tax at that point. But if you make or earn more, you will have to pay 40%. I might just say everybody pays 30%, and we just make sure that everybody pays it. Nobody. Everybody pays equal amount. Everybody pays the same thing. You know, unless you're in a state that basically dictates your income, everybody should be paying the same amount. But nobody in the United States wants to do that. Nobody here in America wants to really do that. Okay. And so people need to just cool their jets on a lot of these things and change their beliefs and do it. And I'm going to tell you guys, like, if you guys are still here and you guys are watching, I know if you're watching and it's been like long time, make sure you guys hit that follow, hit that subscribe. It's greatly appreciated. You know, if you subscribe on the YouTube channel, remember to hit that follow, hit that bell notification with y'all. Because if you don't, you aren't going to get notified when I do go live. But hopefully, hopefully that once we get this haul finished, we will be making some dough. We won't be needing to upgrade my vehicle. I might just need to upgrade the other guy's vehicle just to make it, but I don't think I'm going to, like, just so that he can get a little bit of better haul cargo. We might get a second trailer, like leave this trailer or get a second trailer, but I don't think we're going to do that right now. Okay. It's still red, so we have to wait. Bing, 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 bing. So we're gonna get this Munich one. Look at that. We got yeah. But now we have that much. Hold on. Let's go. We might be able. But we don't. Let's just upgrade him. Yeah. I don't think I'm going to. We'll just leave it the way it is. Yeah, that's what it costs just to get a second trailer on it. But I'm trying to debate. Yeah, but basically, a curtain side to having a refrigerated trailer because I really like the dry freighter. Um, now, of course, I just wanted to see that. Okay, so curtain side takes general and dry goods, right? That takes... Okay, so... I don't get what the difference between a dry freighter and a curtain side. Like, I don't get the difference between the two. That's the only thing I don't quite understand. I'm typing this up on. Okay. Okay, I got a thing here. I'm gonna go to the wiki. Okay, that doesn't tell me. I only speak English. I wish. I wish I could speak another language. I barely. I'll tell you this. I barely speak English. I barely speak. No, not English. I barely speak any Spanish. Very, very little. I only speak uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco, seis. Only numbers. See and no. Yes and no, pretty much. If you know how to speak no, English and no, you know how to speak no in Spanish. So you at least know one word in Spanish. I know one word in German. I know 9 in German. And then I know matane in Japan. And I know bye-bye in Japan as well. There's like, I know a little bit more words in Japanese than any other language, to be honest. But I am going to tell you, I was looking up the curtain side container. I'm not for sure which location is and where things are on this. So, anyway, I'm gonna get off, guys. I'm gonna get off for a little bit. We're going to be back here in about a half an hour. If you're watching on YouTube, I only play Euro Truck on the day, during the daytime, usually. And my day streams are not usually this long. I usually don't stream longer than, say, 8-9 hours. No. I don't usually stream longer than 8 hours a day. 8-9 hours a day in total. Afternoons are usually typically 2 to 3 hours. And then afternoons are, and the nights are typically live streamed. I should say, no, afternoons are typically up to 2 hours. An hour and a half to 2 hours in the afternoon, and then at night we do typically a lot on that. For it, and of course you guys can see if you type in !schedule, you guys can get the entirety schedule or whenever. I will change out the YouTube one, because YouTube one's not supposed to show the night streams. Not always do I follow the live stream schedule time. But thanks Lee Rocker for mentioning that. I want to learn another language. And I'm learning slowly Japanese. There. So, anyway, I will catch you guys, back here at about 9:30, 10 o'clock, somewhere right around that point. And we will catch you guys, in the next stream, which will be, some Fortnite tonight. Like I said, I do segment the way I play games, the way I do things. Okay, let me be clear. I segment my streams because I want to keep my night streams, the Fortnites, the Call of Duties, games to play with people. Afternoons I try to keep it single player. Games that do not necessarily have single player components, but I like to go live with it. So tomorrow, if you guys want it, if you're watching here on YouTube, we'll do some 13 tomorrow. I do have some time. I want to get into 13 again. What a beautiful, gorgeous graphics. What a beautiful game. At any rate, we will catch you guys, later.